Hello everyone, tonight we're going to be doing the final stream of 2025, or at least what's planned to be. I have to log into Google real quick because apparently I'm not logged in properly on the chat interface because I have to do this on YouTube now because some issue keeps happening with Twitch. I don't know if it's Twitch or my ISP. I have to... I'm pretty sure I have to be fully logged into Google within OBS in order to properly be able to view the chat. Nothing else just gives me the ability to send chat messages, as if I have reason to. So, for everyone who's new to this is your first time tuning into Finale Showdown. This is a game that I have been working on for last year was the third one, so about 4 years now. It's heavily inspired by things like fighting games, particularly like the original inspiration was let me make sure I'm getting the name correctly. The Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny. This is actually a fairly sizable revision, as I have eliminated some mechanics that weren't really being used. I've refined some mechanics, and particularly some of those mechanics are... Oh, am I having... Yeah, you better stay... Hey, green. Like, yeah, I'm here on YouTube because I can't get Twitch to work properly. I do not need YouTube to start being funky too. This version has stuff like a complete revamp of rewards for characters eliminating opponents. Now it's a die roll rather than it being a deck that was drawn from. There's also keyword mechanics now, namely Explode and Phantom. I will explain those more when we get to them. But Explode, if you're familiar with... I believe it's GURPS, the tabletop role-playing game. Name it. You probably know what explode means. Right, so the way that this works is first, we shuffle the character and event decks, then we take the top 10 cards of the event deck, and shuffle it in with the characters deck. To create a 40 card deck. The other 20 events just aren't used. You also shuffle the 18 location cards. So our first location is the Land of Heat and Clockwork. So these are the traits that are buffed by being in the Land of Heat and Clockwork, those being Fire and Tech. The traits are debuffed in the Land of Heat and Clockwork are Cool and Steel. Debuffed basically means -1 die in die rolls, because this is a game that uses was sometimes referred to as a dice capture resolution system, which basically means each side of a conflict rolls dice, and the higher one of each beats out the other one. To make sure the characters deck is shuffled, and we will get our first character in, and it is John Doss. Is it from my playthrough of One Must Fall. All 2096, right? 2097. So he has the abilities. He's determined to win, and +1 die when attacking opponents with more kills. And Dirty Fighter, +1 die against opponents with at least one negative status effect. And he has the there's something vaguely weird happening with the icon, but he has the traits, but he has the Steel and Tech traits because he's a mech pilot. And this right up here in the upper corner, is a new thing that I've added, which is basically, here's what type of attack the character uses. So since John Doss is the first character to enter, he gets to make 2 non-attack actions because there's no characters for him to attack. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna say he actually does nothing. So then we draw another character, because it's the end of the round. Here's a very new character that I have added, the OBS signal indicator. And also I need to give both John and the OBS signal indicator a life counter. Lives always start at 4. However, the OBS signal indicator has the ability Signal Strength. The OBS signal indicator uses its lives for all of its stats. So basically, normal characters use these 3 numbers: robustness, gregariousness, and brains. Which ones they roll with depends on what they're attacking or defending with. But basically that determines the number of dice that they roll when using that stat. So the OBS signal indicator, at the start, when it's fresh and hasn't lost any lives, it starts out to rolling 4 dice for everything, because its only stat is its life. It also has fluctuation. Whenever this character rolls all 1s, or the actual connection indicator worsens, this character loses 1 life. The reverse is also true. And it is a digital and joke trait character. It is also ranged, so... the indicator just worsened. I don't have like a capture for it, but it did just worsen, but it did also go back up, so... So it's going to attack John Doss. So it gets 4 dice for its attack. So it is using digital. Signal indicator just went down. And it went back. Yeah, clearly. Which it could just be because there's a storm outside. Clearly, I need to limit myself on how often I check for if this ability triggers, because this is gonna be a pain. Otherwise, if it keeps dipping slightly. Between the cheeks of love. Because in the document that I have, the now 7-page document I have with all of the rules for the game, I never specified anything about choosing which trait is being used. The rule that I've usually had is that the attacker will always use their best trait for it. And traits have a traits have sort of counterbalances is similar to Pokemon, where certain traits will resist others better, gaining an additional die. So I haven't put any kind of... Yeah, I'm gonna say basically each side chooses just uses their best trait.
I woke up one morning, strangers say hello to me. Tomorrow they names will be carved on the stone. We're going home, but I'm a terrible liar.
So
Forgive me, that's not the awesome trigger.
I already have it noted down that digital is vulnerable to steel. Because basically steel is steel is a brute force heavy trait. Steel is specifically the trait of using weapons that are made out of metal but are not technological in any capacity beyond the very broad definition of technology of being any human invention. Because, I mean, technically somebody had to invent the sword at some point.
Dream of heaven.
However, since it's a vulnerability, since it has a vulnerability on digital's end, that doesn't do anything in this situation because John is the one being attacked. Yeah, actually, I think what I'm gonna do is actually just make it the rule It could make it the rule that just the attacker you know what? Character with the highest brains chooses which traits are used. Because brains, among other things, is strategic thinking. And I'm gonna say that technically, in this instance, the OVS signal indicator does not have brains. So that means that John Doss will be able to use steel. Because I would say that tech is weak to digital, because there's usually, especially with mecha, for example, there tends to be a digital component to a lot of tech. Although, like, I mean, I guess so. Like, tech in this instance refers to machines, and especially robotics. So... But because this is a ranged attack, like from the OBS signal indicator, but you know what? Attacker always chooses their trait. But defender gets to choose their trait if they have the highest brains. So that's three dice for steel. Because steel uses robustness because it's a physical trait. And I think my microphone might be... No, it's looking fine. Mostly. Because there's one additional element, and that this is a ranged attack. Oh, however, it's not physical because it's using digital, which is an energy abstract trait. So usually when specifically using physical attacks, the defender against a ranged attack gets additional dice based on the distance. But because this is not a physical attack and thus has no like bullet drop, no additional defense is scored. Well, actually, no. The way I wrote it, it does not matter the typing, so it is just 4v4. It's a 5, a 4, a 4, and a 1. This is a 4, a 3, 3, and a 2. That is 3 attack wins. Which means that John Doss takes 3 damage immediately. So he's down to 1. And the signal indicator didn't roll any 1s, so... Oh, there's no... Didn't roll any 6s either, so nothing happens with the fluctuation ability from the just raw game mechanics. Now it's John's turn. So he's going to use his non-attack action to move here. Oh, let me just see if I can make the grid a little bit. Because the cards should not be overlaying on each other this way, even when adjacent. That grid is way off. Like a 2.4? Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Still got a little bit of an overlap, so 3.6? Yeah, that should be fine. I briefly saw the OBS indicator go down, but went back up, so... That means that the OBS indicator is getting 4 dice for defense. Except it's not, because it has 4 in its stat. Digital is vulnerable to steal, and John Doss chooses the defense stat because he has a greater brains in that, he has a brain. Okay, so that's a 6, a 5, and a 2 on attack versus 3 2s. He was on defense. That cuts down Signal Indicator's life by half. It also means that it's significantly weaker. Especially since the signal went back up. Right, so now it's the signal indicator's turn. So effectively it has two. When roll, it effectively rolls 2 dice at all times. Roll for its movement. It can move up to 5 away, but I'm gonna say it just moves like 1 away. Actually, no, it can move up to 4 away because it's robustness plus the die roll for movement. However, oh yeah, I forgot to apply the rule for non-physical characters. So non-physical characters have no robustness. When attacked with a physical attack, the attacker rolls X fewer dice, where X is the greater of the brains or gregariousness minus the attacker's brains. Yeah, this is just going to be an interesting interaction of the rules, because as I did say, OBS signal indicator has no brains, so it follows it has no robustness, follows that has no gregariousness either. So effectively, the non-physical... Oh, I dropped 30 frames somewhere. Effectively, the effect of it being non-physical doesn't do anything because of just this niche interaction of the rules. But we are going to roll a 1 die versus 1 die for a reactive attack from John. And John pulls it off. So the signal indicator is down to 1. Which means that it's going to be rolling 1 against 3. So it has to... Yet misses. And that's the end of the round, so we have a new character enter. And it's Kasane Tet. She is a ranged attacker. Also, digital and joke traits. She has chimeric resistance, which gives her resistance to fire, despite not having any traits that are particularly resistant against fire. And versatile performer. When Teto eliminates an opponent, she gains all of that enemy's abilities until she eliminates another enemy. She immediately rolls robustness to move. She gets to move 3 cards. So she can attack one of these 2. Yeah, I'm gonna say that digital is vulnerable to digital. So... Okay, so John is going to be... So she attacks the signal indicator, because digital is vulnerable to digital. Whereas John would be using steel. The signal indicator is more vulnerable. So since... However... to get the most dice, she's gonna want to use... Joke. Because tech uses brains, whereas Joke uses his gregariousness. Yeah, I'm gonna say the tech is digital is vulnerable to Joke on account of, I don't know, for one thing, one of the most common, one of the biggest vulnerabilities in any digital system is human error, or essentially humans being fools. Not to mention, the internet loves a good meme. However, that is... I'm gonna have to view the grid here. That is 7 cards away, so... Whereas John is only... Yeah, both are 7 cards away. I think Teto actually just moves closer. And then that's the end of her turn. Signal indicator's real lucky. Oh, signal indicator dies because I just caught it at my at a lower level. But since that's a self-elimination, essentially... Oh, and I've been forgetting to apply the buffs and weaknesses for this. John should be getting +1 when using tech and -1 when using steel. So essentially... he's actually better off using tech, like for right now, because he's rolling 2 dice with steel, 3 dice with tech. Speaking of John, it's his turn, so he rolls to move. And he closes the distance. I'm gonna say the digital... Digital... Well... I'm gonna say the digital is resistant to attack. Because like digital programs can be used to control all machines. However, John gets to choose the defense here. So I think he's going to choose... I mean, if he chooses tech, if he chooses digital and attacks with steel, then he gets to go unopposed. So he's going to do that. That's 2 5s, so no critical hit, but that is half of Teto's hit points. Signal indicator is gone, so it's now Teto's turn. She only really needs to move 1 away. John is going to use steel as his defense. So he's got 2 dice for defense. Well, actually, he's got 3 dice because it's a ranged attack from 1 card away. I'm gonna say that steel resists tech because it's metal, yes, but it's analog. Well, it resists digital. That means I need to give him another... or one of these. Oh, wait. She's not using digital, she's using joke as her attack. I guess... I guess maybe there's an argument that tech should resist his joke. But also, like if it was a character that is a robot, maybe. But John is a human that's just in a robot. I'm gonna say no actual resistance. And no damage dealt. Now we move on to... Oh, and I should have rolled for a retaliation, reactive attack. Let's do that real quick. I'm gonna say that would be tech versus digital. Six, 3, and 2. That is 1 point of damage. So now another character enters the fray. And it's Joseph of Jost. This is... We're finally getting into the Phantom Dice mechanic. Because Joseph Joestar is a Thought and Sun character with the abilities. Your next line is... When Joseph defends or attacks, he gets Phantom Dice is for each point of brains he has over his opponent. And Secret Technique. If Joseph ever rolls all 1s in combat, he automatically retreats that many cards away. All damage is nullified, and he gains +1 die in future fights against that same enemy. And you got a 6 to move. So you can easily get right up in here. However, his brains are not higher than John's, so no, he doesn't get any Phantom Dice yet. If he was attacking Teto, he would get one. And you know what? I'm gonna say that Steel is vulnerable to Thought. Because Thought is thinking when you write, you think the pen is mightier than the sword. However, I'm gonna say that a tie counts as the defender having the highest brains. John is able to use tech to defend if he wants to.
I just want to feel like that every day.
I'm gonna say... I'm gonna say that there's no particular resistance or anything. No, actually, no. I'm gonna say that tech is vulnerable to thought, so basically whichever one John uses, he's rolling with he's rolling 2 dice. In fact, actually, yeah, he's definitely going to want to go for tech here because he'd normally be at 3, -1 is 2. Whereas he's got 2 minuses, 1 for the vulnerability and 1 for being in the line of heat and clockwork. Also, there's one element here. I'm gonna say that the OBS as indicator is not a hero of time. Probably a hero of void, if anything. So that's a 6 versus 5, 3 versus 3, and 2 versus nothing, but in order for excess dice like this to get through, they have to beat all of the other... they have to beat all of the defense dice. John successfully defended himself. Oh, fully. It is now his turn, so he's gonna fight back. I'm gonna say that thought is vulnerable to steal. However, Joseph is going to use Sun as his defense. He basically uses his Hamon to, like, not even avoid getting injured, to make it to where his injuries don't matter. Because one of the uses that Hamon can be used for is healing. So it's just 2 versus 2. Actually, no, 3 versus 2. Because John is using tech. However, nothing happens because it's a 6 versus a 6, a 2 versus a 3, and a 1 versus nothing, so none of the attacks go through. Now, I'm gonna say that Teto's gonna attack John again. Because, like, he is clearly on his last legs. He'll resist digital. course, tech is vulnerable to digital. But Teto is using neither because she's using joke. He just uses tech as his defense. I believe that takes John out. Yeah, because that's 2 damage. Because 6, 3, and then a pair of 1s. So John is out. I don't think I would classify him as a hero of time either. That means that Teto gets to roll for experience. That's a 1. Which is an increase to robustness. That means that Teto now has a robustness of 3. If it ever matters. Which, I mean, it does matter for movement. And given that she has a potentially quite powerful little opponent that's at full health, both right there, she's gonna use that. Extra robustness to skedaddle 8 cards away. Is now Joseph's turn. He moves 4 cards. And then another 4 cards. And then we bring in another character. Or actually, we have an event. The Chariot. Event. Attach this as an upgrade to a random character. +1 to movement. May run over other characters to deal 1 damage while moving. I'm gonna say... Can we just go in turn order? Joseph gets the +1 on movement and the ability to run people over. So he could potentially just run Teto over. So I'm gonna say that Teto makes an attack. She does not get it to choose the defense, so I'm gonna say that I think Thought would make sense to be vulnerable to joke. Because actually no, like I feel like it would actually resist joke because Because if you think about a lot of jokes too hard, they stop being funny. And the way that joke is weaponized is by being funny. So he's going to use thought. Tato gets 3 dice. Dice for gregariousness. Joseph gets 2 dice for his brains. And another 3 dice for the distance. The odds are very much stacked against Tato actually like this. But it's gonna be kind of a parting shot anyway.
Am I? What am I? What am I? What am
Yeah, no damage is dealt. Because there's a 5 and a 6 there, and the highest Tato got was a 4. So, however, she rolls 6 for movement. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Can't you see I'm blazing? Still my
Alright, so Joseph got a total of 5 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then another 6 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we now have another character to draw. It's the Wizard. A pure magic ranged attacker with Master of Magic, +1 die on attacks against non-magic enemies, and Vibe Checker. If an opponent would have 1 hit point remaining after a successful attack from the Wizard, they die instead. So he could try and just launch a magic attack from all the way over here. He's going to move 2 spaces closer. And then move another 7 spaces closer. Alright, so Tato Tato's going to try and move away. However, that will trigger a reactive attack. From Joseph. Let's see, I've got noted down that digital resists thought, because a lot of people on the internet don't like to think very much. Then so that would mean that if Teto uses, if he has Teto use digital as her defense against his thought attack, it would be 2v2. I guess that he just uses Sun versus digital. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna say the digital is weak to Sun. That means that it's just an automatic hit. It's not just an automatic hit, it's an automatic critical. Because that's an XS6. So Teto is out on her own turn. That's a 3 for Joseph's experience gain. I haven't even defined a critical effect for the Sun type, for the Sun trait, so but it doesn't really matter. Because, you know, she's dead. Though, I think there's an argument for Teto being time aspect. Because the time aspect is often associated with music. Like music and technology. And the color red. So the big question is, what is her class? Could also see Teto being void. I mean, given the symbolism, Bard makes perfect sense. Because, like, she is often because, like, she has her origins as an April Fool's Day joke. She is often associated with jesters. See, I'm gonna say that Teto becomes a god tier bard of time. Like, we're just gonna roll with that as her as her class spec until they're, because, like, here's the thing. Like, personality wise, she's kind of amorphous. Also, she was the one that took out John. Which means that she does currently have Determined to Win and Dirty Fighter. But because she's now a god-tier Bard of Time, all of her dice explode, and she gains the Create Time Clone action. I'm gonna say he attacks. She's one card away, so like I don't know if it makes sense personality-wise, because again, like she's a mascot for a voice synthesizer. Her personality is a little amorphous. Like, the closest you can get to, like, a full personality of Kasane Teto is, like, sort of the sum of all of the ways that she has been depicted. Like, I guess to borrow something from Homestuck, that would be Ultimate Teto. It's the sum of all versions of Teto that exist. Which means god tiers are supposed to be closer to the ultimate self. Either way, she gets set back to 4 life. And since she died and ascended on her turn, she gets another action. She's using Joke versus Sun. However, Joseph does get 1 Phantom defense die, and Phantom is a specified number of dice that are always the number of the stat being rolled, up to 6. Like, I could potentially just make it up to 5, just so that characters like Joseph don't end up having just this massive collection. Also, I do need to... I'm just gonna re-roll what Joseph got from experience. So that's a 5, which means that he gains +1 to a stat that is neither highest nor lowest. I'm gonna say that is basically just +1 to either his brains or his gregariousness. Either one would be useful for him in this situation. I'm gonna say that's +1 to brains. Don't know why that won't go back into the deck, but wait, hold on. No, that's just a chariot. So now he has 3 brains. since he's defending with Sun, actually no, he'd be defending with Thought. Because Thought resists Joke. So he does gain another defense die. And because the total of his brains is higher, he gets 2 phantom defense dice of 3. However, or if Teto can roll a 5, or higher, she didn't, which also means that none of her dice explode. It's 4, 4, 3, 3, and 3. Again, no damage is dealt. So now it's Joseph's turn. Because, like, he does get the benefit of having eliminated Teto. Even though, like, she didn't stay down. I think this spot is just somewhere where the grid doesn't quite work properly. So she's going to be defending with Joke. She rolls 3 dice. He's attacking with Thought. He's rolling 3 dice. And also gets 2 Phantom threes. Hedo didn't roll any 6s, so nothing explodes. That was on her side of things. The Phantom dice don't do anything, so she takes 2 damage. So now it's the Wizard's turn. Musa here. Let's see. Can attack Joseph, who will defend with Thought, granting him a total of 4 dice based on his defense, because Thought is greater than magic. Thought is resistant to magic because of the ability to just kind of disbelieve. Meanwhile, Teto is digital and joke. And the wizard gets to choose which she defends with. Almost certainly the default would be digital. Also, I feel like digital resists magic. And also, I could see joke resisting magic on the same principle. On the same principle of thought, you know, the ability to disbelieve. But in this case, it's disbelieving on the principle of not taking it seriously. Either way, Teto gets 2 dice. He's for defense. Plus a 3rd for being... Actually a 4th for being 1 card away. So I'm gonna say the wizard still attacks Teto just because she's the closer one to being eliminated. Granted, she might not be gone for good. Oh, but then because she is a non-magic character, the wizard does get +1. And he can take her down if he deals so much as 1 damage. However, that's 2 6s on Teto's defense. Which means that exploding happens. So Teto rolls another 2 dice, gets another 6. Yeah, so absolutely no damage is dealt. Because Bard powers. Because that would be 6, 6, 6, and 4. Versus 4, 4, 3, and 2. The rest of the dice don't matter because they are additional old defense dice with no enemy. They need to defend from. So now we have another character entering. It's another Hero of Time. And he has the ability Temporal Clones. When Dave Strider comes into play, roll 1d6. On a 6, shuffle a copy of Dave into the deck. No Temporal Clone for Dave. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's able to get adjacent to the wizard so that he can attack on his next turn. But now we're back up to Tedo. And it rolls to move away. Maybe from Joseph. In fact, actually... Tedo's going to use the new action, leave a location. Character must be on the edge of the table unless it can teleport. Roll brains against dice equal to current brains. If multiple conditions on the chart apply, the character chooses which one. So it's just one die versus one die. That is a success. However, that doesn't do anything because there are no other locations currently in play. Yeah, I'm gonna change it slightly, because currently it says that nothing happens. I'm gonna say that the character just gets a move instead. So I'm gonna say she moves over there. But Joseph does get to make a swing. So thought versus digital would be two phantom and two dice versus two dice. Sun versus digital would be against one die. So he uses sun versus digital. So Tedo gets two dice for defense. That's a 2 and a 3. Tedo got a 6 and a 3. Which means that one of her dice explodes as well, so... complete defense. Because the highest of Joseph's dice did not beat the highest of Tedo's dice. And I need to give these two New life. He's going to attack Dave, who's one card away. Maybe I should make it to like the first card. If they're one card away, it just doesn't count. I should check to make sure they didn't already make that a rule. Okay, no. I did specify that the maximum range for a ranged attack is equal to the modifier the character uses for the attack itself. He's using Joke. She is up against an enemy with greater brains. So I'm gonna say that Dave defends with cool. And he gets +1 against emotional attacks. So he's actually going to defend with 5 dice. Because he gets +1 against emotional attacks. So he gets +1. I'm gonna say that cool. I'm gonna say that cool resists Joke. Because there's also an argument to be made that, like, he actually does the opposite. Which, in fact, he gets 1 less die because he's in the land of heat and clockwork, thus reducing cool by 1. Yeah, it is resistance. It is resistant to a Joke because it's like stoicism and irony. Okay, Bard powers do not activate this time. 6, 4, 6, 5, 4 for defense. 5, 4, 3. Need for attack, so defense is successful. So that means it's Joseph's turn. Joseph moves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, running over all enemies in his path. Because he's the chariot. He has the chariot. And then he attacks Teto. He gets his 2. New brains based. This is 2 dice for having higher brains. Hedo was forced to defend with digital. Yeah, because digital is still going to be weaker defense, even with that resistance. Actually, no, because Joseph is going to use Sun, as opposed to Thought. Bard powers didn't save her this time. So now, what did I have written down for how exactly the resurrection effect for being God tier works? See, in Homestuck, God tiers can only die heroically or justly. I'm gonna say the just is based on number of kills. Teto does have 1 kill, because she took out John Doss. I'm gonna say basically, like, we only really use just... Maybe heroic is just like, they automatically fully die if they somehow die while attacking. So I'm gonna say that basically roll... Basically, it's going to be a d6 roll against number of kills. Well, so higher means that the character lives, so... Oh, and I'm gonna... And this is technically a die that Teto's rolling. Which means it technically explodes. It doesn't mean anything. But she does get it back up at 4. So, it is now the wizard's turn. Wizard tries to move away from Dave.
I'm sorry about that. You thought this through. I don't have to think about it. Out there those who believe. What about you? When I'm older to ride to anything, I want to keep it that way.
Dave's rolling 2 versus... Dave's rolling 1 versus 3. He got a 5. And then the wizard is going to roll 1, 2, 3... This is going to roll 3 for Dave for his brains. Dave gets no defense dice in this case, so he just dies. Yeah, he's just down. However, not only However, because he's not only a hero of time, but it's his land, he goes god tier. Two of the experience for the wizard. So that's plus gregariousness for the wizard. Now it's Dave's turn. I'm gonna say that Dave uses Create Temporal Clone. Here's the interesting thing. I apparently didn't specify what Create Temporal Clone does. In the document on the rules of the game, I think previously temporal clones were just like an additional copy so literally just using the clone tool you know what? We roll a d6 to determine starting life of the clone. Up to, I'm gonna say up to a maximum of 4. And then at the end of each of the age of the character of the clone's turns, so the clones take their turn, their first turn immediately upon being created, then all of their future turns take place after their originator's turn. So new Dave, you know, clone Dave, basically at the end of each turn for a clone, they lose one life for being doomed. So Clone Dave attacks with steel. Versus magic, so that fails. Original Dave finishes turn by moving here. I'm gonna say the temporal clones have to spawn in adjacent just to keep things simple. That was the end of Dave's turn. So a new character comes in. It's Jimbo, which means that we're gonna be Means it's time to bring in the poker combat system as soon as he is engaged in combat. So he moved twice, didn't get adjacent to anyone, so now it's Clone Dave, he loses 1 life. Now it's Tedo's turn. Yeah, Tedo's also going to make a temporal clone. Grab a life counter for the clone. Roll it. I'm guessing that this is not a die that the original Tedo is rolling. This is a die that new Tedo is rolling. The original Tedo moves to here. It takes the 3, 3. This does kill original Tedo because she gets no defense dice. Actually, before we even do that, because that was kind of in the middle of Clone Tedo's first turn. So Clone Tedo is going to get to make her attack first before we do anything with moving the original Tedo. So Joseph is defending with thought. So he is rolling 4 dice for defense. And since Clone Tedo is not God tier, she does not get as good of an attack as original Tedo. Yeah, that's 2 6s on the defense, so no damage dealt to Joseph on this one. So Joseph takes out, ouch. Yeah, original Tedo dies. Because that's a 1 with 1 kill. That means that Joseph rolls for... Joseph himself now has 2 kills. And that's a 6 for his experience. Which is +1 to highest stat. I'm gonna say that that's more brains. So now Joseph has 4 brains. And Clone Tedo loses 1. It is now Joseph's turn. He's actually just going to roll to move. So that he can run over Clone Tedo real quick. And then because she's defending with digital again, she just dies. Because she's getting hit with a... Because she gets no defense dice against this... This 5 die attack. I might make it to where, like... I might just make it... to where, like... the defender always gets a minimum of 1 die. I'm just gonna give the defender phantom dice if they are not rolling anything from now on. Because this seems a little bit much. That's another kill for Joseph. And that's a 4 with her for his experience roll, which is +1 to lowest stat, which is currently his gregariousness.
Once my mind was on a one-way road. Like a truck, I had to dump my load. Can't make a need to dip his wick. Come on, babe, I ain't your pogo stick. Too much love will make this old man cry. There's such a thing as too much.
Now it's the wizard's turn. Wizard steps back, but that does trigger 2 attacks from 2 different Daves. However, they are both attacks of 1, Yeah, 1 die. Well, 2 dice for original Dave, because he's a god tier knight, and knights get +1 robustness. So it's steel versus magic. Magic resists this steel, so still unlikely to do anything. Yeah, no. 2 6s on the defense. If it wasn't for that 6, Clone Dave would have done something.
It's not because I'm tired of you. It's because I'm tired of love. Love's such an ugly family word. The way you love me is fucking absurd.
So now the wizard is going to attack original Dave. Will defend. With steel. Steel is vulnerable to magic. Since going forwards, any character that's not rolling, that doesn't get any dice to roll for defense, gets phantom dice. He's based on the stat that they would be defending with. He gets 2 2s used to defend himself with. Against 4 attack dice. That was almost all ones. That's a 4. So 1 damage gets through. So the next is Dave, followed by Clone Dave. And I'm gonna say that, like, yeah, I'm gonna say that once you have 1 clone, you have to then roll higher than the number of clones that you currently have to be able to make another one. He successfully made another clone. So now Clone Dave number 2 is here, but Clone Dave number 2 is only gonna last like half as long. So that's 1. Untied to attack with. Versus 1, 2, 3 for any for brains. And 1 for resisting steel. The attack does not go through. And the Clone Dave loses 1 at the end of the turn. Original Dave. Yeah, Original Dave is going to be fighting. Is going to try and fight off Joseph. Yeah, I'm gonna say that doomed clones just cannot god tier because they're doomed. Otherwise, you know, time players would be able to just clone exponentially upon the death of their own clones. And that could make a game that can already take a while. After all, we're 2 hours in, and the characters deck still has 32 cards in it. And the game ends when the character deck is empty. Alright, so Original Dave is using 2 versus Joseph is gonna have 4, and then actually he's only rolling 1. No, he's rolling 2 because normally he's rolling 2 because he got tiered, he's getting +1, but he gets -1 because of why he's rolling in this location. That's 3, 4, 5 dice for Joseph to defend with, in addition to his 2 phantom dice. Well, if Dave can get at least 1, 5, or 6, he actually managed to land a hit. And you know what? Clone Dave also joins the... Clone Dave number 1 also joins the fight against Joseph. However, Clone Dave does not land a hit, so... Now it's Jimbo's turn. Jimbo moves over here. And it's time for poker combat. Okay, so this is Clone Dave. So the way poker combat works... Let me pull up the rules for poker combat. It overrides the regular combat rules. Instead of rolling stat d6, each combatant draws 7 cards from their own full deck of standard playing cards. Each combatant may discard and redraw cards up to their brains. Each combatant then chooses up to 5 cards to make the best poker hand they can. If the attacker gets a higher total points, the defender takes 1 damage plus 1 for each point of mult the attacker has above theirs. Shuffle both of these. So Dave's hand for defending himself is these 7 cards. He can discard and redraw up to 2 of them. He currently does have the makings of a straight. 2 potential straights even. So probably his best move is going to be to discard this 10. I guess he discards said. Unfortunately, he didn't get the rest of the straight, so best he can do is a pair. So that means that he is. So he's got 8 chips. And you know what? I'm actually gonna use these then there's also 2 chips. There's also 10 chips for being a pair. And then just clone the entire stack. But then Jimbo gets that's effectively it's another drawn discard. I don't think he's gonna need it. Yeah, that's a straight. So the best he could possibly do is try and draw into straight flush. So that's a straight. Get some red poker chips. It's a straight. Need to grant an additional 30 chips. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Next for the 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 for the 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Combatants also get it plus their stat add to their mult. I think Dave would be defending with cool, so that's plus 2 mult. So basically, just double his stack again. So technically, before the mult is applied, you have the mult of 3 plus. You have the mult of 33. So 1, yeah, we don't even really need to figure out exactly how many chips this is. Like, we know quite well that they've lost. Defender takes 1 damage, plus 1 for each point of mult the attacker has above theirs. So Dave just took 29 damage. However, because he has no kills, well, this is Clone Dave, so actually, he just dies. And Jimbo rolls for experience. That's a 4, so... He actually... Jimbo... That's a +1 to lowest stat. I'm gonna say that's just a bump to Jimbo's... I'm gonna say that's a bump to Jimbo's brains. Delete that deck because it's not going to be used for anything. I guess I could have kept it around just to be the deck used by Jimbo's next opponent. So that was Jimbo's turn. Which means we draw another character card. It's Gordon Ramsay. A pure rage melee attacker with the abilities What Are You? Whenever an enemy that's attacking Gordon Ramsay rolls 3 or more 1s, they gain the status Idiot Sandwich, and for that many turns, and the attack is nullified. In Perceptive, whenever Gordon Ramsay seeks, he gets +1. If the target has the Idiot Sandwich status, he instead gets +3. So that's a 5 for his movement. That gets him to there with 2 moves. Right, Tedo's out, so it's Joseph's turn. So Joseph is going to attack currently God Tier Dave. So that means that Joseph has 4 brains now, so he gets 2. Gets 2 phantom dice. He's both set 4. So he attacks with 4 dice. Dave is rolling with steel. Which actually, you know what? Instead of attacking... Yeah, actually no. He's going to attack Dave first. Dave manages to fully defend himself. And Joseph rolls a 1 for movement. So he can move up to... He can move up to 5 cards. Dave does get a reactive attack on him. Although that is only 2 dice. He's against... Joseph is only rolling 3 dice because Thought is vulnerable to steel. But minimum, one of these dice has to roll at least a 4, so it doesn't even matter. Joseph moves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over to here, dealing 1 damage to all enemies on the way. That's a 6 for his experience for taking out another time clone. That's +1 to his highest stat, so he's got even more brains now. And now... I believe it's Dave's turn, so... Dave summons a temporal clone who attacks him, who attacks Jimbo. So we're doing the poker combat again. Currently, Clone Dave has a 2-pair with 2 jacks and a 4. So I'm gonna say that he discards, or he can do 6s. So I'm gonna say he discards the 4s. Try and draw. Of course he draws a 4. That could have made it into a full house. So that's Dave's hand. Jimbo, on the other hand, got king, a queen, a jack. Jimbo has 4 brains, so he can discard and redrop to 4 cards. So he's going to discard these 3. That's none of those are a 10, so this almost could have ended very badly for the fresh Dave clone. But the best Jimbo can make with this is a pair of kings. So that means that I'm just going to use the calculator tool so 10, I believe it's 10 for, yeah, kings add plus 10, so 2 10s. So that's 20. Okay, so it's 30 because of the 10 chips from it being a pair. 30 times 6 for 180. E on the defense. grab a calculator for this 2 pair over here, so that's 32 plus that's 20, so 52. It's a plus 2 for the stat being used. I'm gonna say that, like, type doesn't really do anything in poker combat. It's a 2. Like, other than deciding what stat you're adding. So 4. Because it's 2 for... yeah, times 4. Because that's 2 for the stat being added. And this clone Dave starts out with 4 health. So 208 versus 180. So that means 1 damage to Jimbo, plus 1 for each point of mult he had over Jimbo, which is nothing because it was 4 mult here. But over here was 6 mult, so just the 1 damage. And I'm gonna say the original Dave also does poker combat in this case. Since he wants to take Jimbo out. Alright, so that's immediately a 10, 9. And so we'll discard these 2. That's a jack. Which means if the other one can be an 8 or a queen, it's a 7. So that means that it's just a pair of 7s. Against 5, 8. So that's 2 aces already, so... Could go for probably pair of aces plus some other stuff. Discard all of the... Yeah, actually, like, the proper Balatro strategy is... in this case would really be to... Because effectively I'm simplifying things a little bit by making it to where each character can only discard 1 card per discard. Right, so that's 2 pair. There are aces and nines, so 19 times 2, and then 2 pair adds 20 chips. And then it's times 6, 348 versus 14, 24 times 4. Yeah, so no attack damage goes through. That was original Dave's turn. So now it's the wizard's turn. Wizard is going to try and move away to like here. However, Joseph has a swing. Joseph has 1, 2, 3. Joseph has 5 reigns. So both of these to 5. And he rolls 5 dice for the attack. Well, the wizard only gets 2 defense dice because because magic is vulnerable to thought. However, that is only 1 damage. That does leave the wizard in the danger zone of getting just run over. So then the wizard attacks next Joseph. So that's 5, 5. Then 6 dice against 4 dice is for the attack. Well, there's at least a 6 in there. So that is some successful damage. Now, yeah, I might actually cap the value of a phantom die at like 3, just because they seem very strong. Alright, so now it's Jimbo's turn. Jimbo's going to attack the Dave clone. No, actually, no, he's going to attack the Dave clone. It's already 4 a.m. and there's still 31 character cards left. So that's going to be for the attacker. Defender. Yeah, I'm not sure if I shuffled this one, so just to make sure. So Jimbo's got 2 jacks and not much else. Well, 2 jacks and 2 4s. So I'm gonna say he discards the 7, drawing an ace. Discards his 9, drawing another 4. Can't really get much better than a full house, other than just getting better cards to make up the full house. Or, you know, no, because he hasn't modified his deck at all. He doesn't... He doesn't get to have, like, flush house just yet. Meanwhile, Clone Dave is working with 2 3s and not much else. 2. Yeah, that's 2 3s. It's a +2 to the mulch. So 16 times 4. 64. Meanwhile, this is full house. $22. Yep. You don't even need to worry about doing the full math. So that wins by 40. 40 mult. So that wins by a significant amount. 40 mult. That kills one of the Dave clones. The dead Dave pile grows tall. So 5. +1 to middle stat. Jimbo doesn't really have a middle stat because he's only got the 2. I'm gonna say that just counts as +1 to lowest. So it's a bump to his gregariousness. So yeah, he should be using his plus gregariousness to his mult when he attacks. That was Jimbo's turn. So now it's time for Gordon Ramsay. Gordon's going to attack Joseph since he's adjacent. And I'm gonna say that thought is vulnerable to rage. Actually, thought resists rage, but rage also resists thought. So it's 3 versus 3 dice versus the effectively 8 dice that Joseph has. Yes, and nothing gets through. Okay, I'm just gonna delete both of these because I mixed something up so well, we've got Vriska now. One, two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3. So Vriska gets to there and then her turn ends. Joseph rolls a 1 for movement, but that's 5 moves effectively. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you can't end on an opponent on a character's space, so he just kills the wizard by running him over. And that's another +1 robustness. Actually, that's the first plus robustness as Joseph's gotten. You know what? He's going to just move again, I think. Wait, no. Yeah, because the character can use up to 2 non-move actions. Well, non-attack actions, so... So it just moves over here. Dealing 1 damage to each enemy on his way. It's time for Dave to do more poker combat. He's gonna make a time clone. Time clone will then go into poker combat first. So, 2 dice discarded, and that's an 8 and 7. So I believe that's either a pair of 9s or a high card king. Pair of 9s would be 18. Yeah, the pair of 9s is better than the high card king. Meanwhile, for Jimbo's defense, currently got a pair of 7s. Two pair Jackson 7s. That would be, so this would be 28 times, I think it was 4. This by itself is 28. And then you add in two pair modifier of plus 20, which actually, no, it's a mult that this applies. Phantom dice convert into plus chips. So 48. times 6. 288. So no damage dealt to Jimbo on this one. This clone of Dave's turn then ends. Actually, I should be giving original Dave another +1 to his mult. Then original Dave attacks Jimbo. He's almost got a very good hand. He can discard up to 2 cards. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a 10, so best he can do is high card ace. Meanwhile, Jimbo getting well, Jimbo is playing a pair.
inside me, and everyone's voice. Only I'm not
So
just one.
it's going to be relatively close.
I can't go home, 'cause I'm afraid something will change. Me without me,
So that would be 30
I'm the one to blame.
times 6 for 180.
I moved on by my own will. I had nothing else I wanted to do.
You know, Dave gets 10
But I didn't hate it. I didn't even like it.
plus 5
But it was bearable.
times 4.
For a long time.
It's not even really close.
Never found out what it
So
was.
Dave does no damage.
My stress, that's for sure. I never wanted to run away. I was very motivated.
It was Joseph's turn. Wizard is dead.
Feeling, who would I
So that means it's Gordon's turn.
But it was bearable. I've had the gray haze for a long time though. I never found out what it was. I taste like vegetables I don't like.
Gordon's gonna just keep trying to fight Joseph, I guess. Yeah, might as well not even roll Joseph's defense dice. Those don't even beat his phantom defense dice over here.
I know all about it. No one can solve it unless I decide to do something about it. It's not even a case. I've been patient, but it was bearable. I've had the gray haze for a long time though. I never found out what it was. I hate
I'm just gonna go ahead and say from now on, maximum 3 for the value of a phantom die. Yeah, actually, maximum 4. So then Vriska moves over here. In fact, actually, she moves over here. So yeah, I made her a ranged attacker. I'm gonna say that she's not. She's a melee attacker, despite the Fluoride Octet is just low range enough to be melee, and like it's not an attack that relies on precision, so. But just because, like, that's a big risk. Prompting multiple, having to prompt multiple reactive attacks just to be able to use irons in the fire. Okay, so Scourge is... I'm gonna say there's no particular... difference in using Scourge versus Rage. Or Luck versus Rage, for that matter. Oh, and she gets to reroll 1 die per roll. Six, and 4 versus 5, 5, and 2. Gordon Ramsay is out.
Yeah. What is Blood Bagel? What is Blood Bagel?
I don't know why I have the commentary track for Blood Bagel on my playlist, but so that's a 5, which is +1 to +1 to middle stat. All of them are tied for Vriska right now, so that's just gonna be a bump to Brains, I think, since she was using Scourge. Vriska's turn is done, so I'll quick return all of these to their proper decks. And player 2 has arrived. Player 2 moves to there. And now it's Joseph's turn again. So Joseph is going to roll to move. Well, he's getting a +5 to his movement. Just moves to there. Dealing 1 damage to Vriska and 1... Yeah, I'm gonna say that non-physical characters can't be run over. Yeah, actually no, because like... they can be dealt physical damage, it's just less. Like, it didn't make them immune to physical damage. So now... Joseph's gonna play some poker. Alright, so Joseph gets a 5, an ace, a 9... another ace. So he's potentially got a low straight. Could go for a 2 pair. I'm gonna say he tries and gets the remaining 4 that he needs for the low straight. So that's certainly a strong hand. Let's see how Jimbo fares on the defense. Two 9s. So I'm gonna say Jimbo discards that. Gets a king. What's that? Yeah, best Jimbo's doing is a pair of kings. Alright, so Joseph 5, 4, 3, 2, no ace. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and then 10, so 24. Plus 30 for it being a straight. Oh, and I think I might have overestimated how much damage one of these dead Daves took. Okay, so the 54 plus 5 for brains. Well, times 5 for brains and also times minus 4, so times 9. 486. versus 2 kings, so that's... Oh, and he should be getting more chips than that, so... 30... Jim was rolling with gregariousness. $30 times 5. Yeah, it's not close enough for those extra chips to matter. It's 150 versus 486, so... And that was more than 2 mult above Jimbo's, so Jimbo is out. And honestly, I'm kind of glad, because that means I don't have to do poker combat anymore. Joseph got a 6, so that's +1 to his highest stat, which is brains. So now his brains are +6. That's the end of his turn, so... Dave rolls to try and make another clone. He succeeds. Because at this point, Dave's best chance of taking Joseph down is sheer numbers. After all, if he rolls enough dice, he'll eventually get some 6s. And he has to roll at least a 5 to have the attack even matter. Or because of Joseph's phantom dice. He got at least a 5, so... Right, and Joseph is rolling... He's using Thought. Actually, he should probably be using Sun. Well, Thought is only... He's still rolling more dice than he would be rolling with Sun. He got at least 1 5 on his roll, so no damage. Second clone Dave got a 6. Manages to get 1 damage in. This Dave, the original Dave, is going to try and move over here, but Vriska gets a reactive attack on him. believe I have Scourge down as... Yeah, Scourge is rolled with brains. However, while he is taking damage, that actually just pops him back up to 4 because he's a god tier with no kills. So, he moves over here. And tries to take down Joseph. But he doesn't get at least a 5, so nothing happens. Now it's Vriska's turn. Vriska moves over here. There's at least 2 adjacent enemies. Alright, so that's 3 dice that could potentially land a hit. Vriska got a second 6, so I think so she actually takes Joseph out. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. That's just gonna be a buff to her gregariousness. Alright, so now player 2's turn. Player 2 just moves over there. And Kruz has arrived. Don't need these calculators anymore. I guess Kruz just goes into stealth. So now it's Dave's turn, followed by his clones. Dave moves to here. Got 1, so he's rolling 2 dice. Vriska is defending with Scourge. Scourge. So that's 4 dice. Yeah, she doesn't even have to worry about... Oh, and another die for... Another 2 dice for Irons in the Fire. I should probably have this be each additional adjacent enemy if I'm making Vriska a melee attacker. So then, Clone Dave number 1. Vriska can't get a 6. This will land a hit. Nope. Clone Dave number 2. Moves to there. This gives Vriska another die to defend with. No damage. Dave will try and... I believe Dave had to move to close the distance, so... Now it's Vriska's turn. So 1, 2, 3 for Irons in the Fire. Then 1, 2, 3. For her brains. Against a defense of 1 die. One reroll, and that is 1 successful damage on this Dave clone. It's almost 5. There's still 28 cards in the character deck. I started late, so of course I'm going to end late. Alright, player 2. Uses Thought to attack this Dave clone. Dave clone gets 1 die to defend against 3 dice on the attack. Perfect defense. It's now Krez's turn. Krez moves to there to get in range for an attack. He's going to roll 4 to shoot this Dave. Gets 3 defense dice, except is a surprise attack, so that Dave only gets 1 defense die. That Dave clone just got hit with a critical little hit. So he is subject to the robbed effect. Because it was a Scourge attack. Lose type bonus on attacks with Wealth, Steel, Tech, and Alchemy. You know, it's the same... I'm gonna say that steel resists wind. However, that Dave is also dead. So doesn't really matter much. That is +1 to... So that's lowest stat. Yeah, +1 to lowest stat, which Cruz is a tie between gregariousness and robustness. I'm just gonna... give him the robustness. It's a boost to, it's a movement at least. Grand is here. Grand moves 6. And then another 1. Alright, it's Dave's turn. Dave attempts to summon another time clone. He succeeds. So he gets 2 dice to attack Vriska versus 3. Four, 5, 6. That's a perfect defense. Clone Dave. Dave attacks. Misses. Other Clone Dave attacks. Also misses. It is now Vriska's turn. She gets 5 against this Dave, who defends with steel. And takes 2 damage and dies. And then Vriska gains +1 brains. Now, it's player 2's turn. Player 2 moves over here. Five. They have defense for Vriska. Actually, no, 6, because she's got 4 brains now. And it's against 3. Well, there's a 6 in there, so there's at least 1 damage. Yep. That is 1 damage on Vriska. From player 2. It's now Kruz's turn. Let's view the grid. Kruz has 2 enemies within 3 spaces. Roll versus brains with names of all characters within 3 cards and any characters you attack this turn. Learn to hide. It would be robustness versus brains. Our Kruz fails to hide, so he's just going to attack. I think he's going to attack Gran. Gran has the ability, you wouldn't hurt an old lady, would you? Resistance to attacks by characters that are younger than her. Cancelled out by Vor's, her Scourge, Undead, Fear, and Horse. Kruz not only is Scourge, but I believe he might also be older, because he but now it's Dave's turn. Dave makes a time clone. Time clone comes in with 3 hit points. Time clone attempts to attack player 2. And fails. Dave attempts to attack player 2. And hits. It would be Vriska's turn. So now it's player 2. Player 2 is going to... So player 2... Right, so this Dave only gets a Phantom 2 to defend with. Right, that's 3 damage. So that takes out another Dave. And that's 2. I believe that's a buff to gregariousness. Yep. Now, Prez's turn. Just moves away from Gran. Gran does get a reactive attack. 2 versus 3. Actually, 4. Gran gets 1 damage in. Kruz attacks with Scourge. Deals 2 damage. Gran's turn. Moves over. Two dice versus 4. Completely fails. Sprocket has arrived. So that's going to be tech. So let's see. Tech resists Scourge, but Scourge doesn't have any benefits against tech. And I think I'm gonna keep it that way. So it's just 3 versus 3. However, Sprocket has Rapid Attacker, which makes their attack dice explode. And what do you know? However, that is only 1 damage, because only one of these actually was high enough to get through. That is 1 damage on Kruz, so... Right, so it's Dave's turn. Dave summons another time clone. He swings for the time clone of Dave, swings. Thought it was vulnerable to sword, it was vulnerable to steel. That's 1 die against 2. Actually. And an additional 3 for that 1 kill that player 2 has over. Oh, but that is a 6, so it's a solid hit. Admittedly, I'm not sure if I actually rolled these dice previously, but I don't think it really matters. Like, unless one of them rolled a 6, the attack still landed for 1 damage. So that means it's now player 2's turn. To attacks with thought against deal of 1, so yeah, that's plenty. So that's another dead Dave for the dead Dave pile. And now player 2 gets 2 phantom dice, these when defending against Dave attacks. And also 5 to the middle value, which would be either, 4. That was the Y rolled. I'm gonna say it goes to brains. And Fire 2's just gonna stay right there, so it's now Kruz's turn. Kruz is going to at least attempt to leave. Gran and Sprocket both get reactive attacks on him. So 4 dice against Gran. Successful defense against Gran. Going to be using wind to get that resistance. And it's against steel. No 6s, so no explosive dice. However, Kruz didn't roll any 5s or 6s, so he's dead. Because he takes 2 damage. The Sprocket rolls for... Hey, Sprocket gains Gregariousness. Because that's his middle value currently. So, I think Sprocket had taken 1 damage. Actually, no, I don't think they had. So now it's Gran's turn. You can see that steel is vulnerable to ice. Well, actually no, the steel is involved here. That Kruz shouldn't have gotten a boost either. But I'm pretty sure, like, technology can often run slow if it gets too cold. Particularly technology that relies on a lot of moving parts. Oh yeah. I designed this character card weird because apparently I've been doing some stuff wrong. First of all, I'm gonna say that, like, I'm gonna just give Sprocket the additional ability of, like, being a robot means that I can roll tech with robustness. Gran should not even be able to attack with ice, because apparently I have ice listed as physical, which it really shouldn't be. It should be energy abstract, so I'm just gonna shift that over. So Gran gets an attack in, but nothing comes of it. So then Sprocket attacks Gran. got an exploding die. That's 2 damage. Grand goes to... And Sprocket gains 1 brains. And since Sprocket hasn't taken any other actions, move over there, and Phoenix Wright has arrived. Oh, I forgot to change, because this is a replacement for John Mole. I forgot to change the art credit, because the credit should be to Capcom, and not The Sims 2. One of the big things I changed for this particular version is I removed all the Sims stuff, because, you know, EA situation not great. I believe the player 2 was at 2 life remaining. Right, so we've got another Dave clone. Dave clone has 4 life. They have to start with. Its rotation value should be 4. And another one at 4, so roll all of these. If not for these 5s, it would have been a hit. Oh, and should have another one. Yeah, original Dave didn't succeed either. Player 2 gets to go on the attack now. So that's 4 versus just a 2 on the die. All of them hit. So that's another dead Dave for the dead Dave. And another point of gregariousness for player 2. Just gonna go ahead and get another phantom die ready. So now it's Sprocket's turn. That's going to be Tech. Tech is vulnerable to Thought, but Thought is not vulnerable to Tech. Exploding dice are going to be real handy on this one. Except none of them are high enough to explode, so nothing happens. Alright, so Phoenix moves here. I feel like it's in character for him to go after the one with kills. Well, both of them have kills, so you know, he's just gonna go after the one with the least hit points, but fail to deal any damage. Now we get another card from the characters deck, and the Tower. Replace a location currently in play. All characters at the location take 1 damage. So we're moving to a new location, the scene of the crime. And everybody takes 1 damage. Now it is back up to Dave's turn. Dave summons a clone. Now the Dave clones can attack at their full potential, because they're no longer, like, actually more than their full potential, because Steel is buffed here. However, that didn't do much of anything to help. Right, so original Dave attacks and accomplishes nothing. 6 versus 6, 3 versus 6, and then 2s against 4s. Player 2 goes in for an attack on another Dave, I think. So 3 versus... it's 2 versus 4 because it feels vulnerable to thought. You've got another dead Dave on the dead Dave? That's 4, but that does mean that player 2 is now suspect. So they are now vulnerable to law. Now Sprocket's turn. One, two, three versus 1, 2, 3. Nothing happens. Phoenix goes after player 2. 3 versus would normally be 4, but then take 1 away for the vulnerability to law. Phoenix successfully deals 2 damage, taking out player 2. Granted, that does mean that he now has a suspect marker. And thus is now vulnerable to law. But player 2 was taken out. Phoenix gains 1 robustness. And that was the last character for the round, so Chet has arrived. He's a Pokemon master, so he gets one random Pokemon from the extra characters deck. Is going to be Monkey Dory. Chet rolled 5 to move and then 6 to move. Monkey Dory's just gonna stick close by. Right, it's Dave's turn. Brings in another Dave. Steel is buffed here, so 3. I think I had something about steel being vulnerable to tech. Yeah, I think it was tech is vulnerable to steel. Don't seem to have it listed, so I'm just not going to worry about it, especially since it is approaching 6 in the morning. So just 3 versus 3. One damage gets through. Original Dave moves to here. It's now Sprocket's turn. Sprocket's going to attack the Dave clone. It's 4 versus 6. 3 versus 3 and 2 versus 2. No damage. I'm gonna say the Phoenix attacks next Sprocket. Two damage gets through. So that takes Sprocket out of the fight. Gives Phoenix another kill. And another experience point. This time going to his gregariousness. When I should have given him another die for the attack. Since he was rolling with law. Alright, so Chet's going to attack Phoenix. Phoenix is going to defend with law against Cool. No damage. Monkey Dory also attacks. I'm gonna say that it's not just when it attacks, it's when it successfully deals damage. And Phoenix should be getting another defense die. However, he does take 1 damage, so he is now confused. The assassin has arrived. He's going to immediately hide. And sneak on over to here. Right, Dave attempts to summon another Dave. Dave, he succeeds. The new Dave attacks with steel against Phoenix. Fails to make a mark. Other Dave, other Dave clone also attempts to attack Phoenix. Successfully deals 2 damage and takes him out. So now this clone of Dave has one kill. Original Dave moves over here. Chet moves here. Gonna go for cool. Actually, this Dave has to roll. This Dave gains 1 brains. This specific Doom Dave is smarter than the others. However, that doesn't really do much because cool is gregariousness and steel is robustness. However, Chet does not deal any damage. Monkey Dory attempts to attack the Dave clone and also fails. We're at the halfway point. Oh, I should have changed what this does. Yeah, I'm gonna say that it uses the treasure deck now. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. It's most likely going to be a Dave, just statistically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's actually Chet. So Chet gets a health potion. So now it's back up to the top with Dave. He's gonna attack. Steel versus cool. Successfully dealing 2 damage. I'm gonna say using a consumable is an action. The save also does 2 damage. And finally, this stave also does 1 damage. Actually, that should have been... These all should have been 3. Original Dave should be rolling 4. Either way, Chet's out of here. And I'm gonna say that that also removes his minion. But only defeating Chet grants any bonus. It is a bonus to gregariousness. I'll let this Dave clone have it. I think I might have forgotten about the assassin. So either way, it's his turn now. So moves to here. Scourge is debuffed here, but he is attacking from a hidden position. And it qualifies as a sneak attack as well, so... But no damage dealt. So now we bring in another new character. It's Ginger Brute. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just barely doesn't have the movement. So now we start back up again with Dave. Creates another clone, or at least tries to. Yep, he succeeds at creating another clone. That's going to be 2 versus 1 for the Assassin's Scourge. Yeah, that's 3 damage. Clone Dave number 2. Another Clone Dave over here. Alright, so that takes out the assassin, but that also means the original Dave now has a kill. Which means that he's not only vulnerable to law, but he's also vulnerable to dying a just death. But he does also get +1 to his lowest stat. Should technically be either Gregariousness or Brains. I'm gonna give it to his Brains. Because that means that he is more likely to be able to choose what stat he rolls with for defense on the occasions when it matters. At the last of the Dave clones. Moves over here. And goes in for an attack on Ginger Brute. I'm gonna say that, like, Gingerbread also gets to defend with... Like, I should just make an ability that's like, yeah, you're made out of... This character's made out of a substance. They get to roll robustness for the... That is for their trait if it's associated with their substance. Alright, that's 1 damage. It is now Gingerbrute's turn. I might make it to temporal clones count as minions, but maybe not, just because, like, the effect doesn't happen as much. Like, it's not as inherent to the character. So that's one Dave clone down. And that's 1 robustness for Gingerbrute. And now we bring in another character, and it's Goldship. Which is the character that kind of prompted both the inclusion of the explode mechanic and the rewrite of experience, because I wanted to make this ability work within the game. And what do you know, the character deck has less than half of the cards it started with. which means that End Closer also applies. Four versus 3. Well, that's only 2 damage because of that 6. Thanks preventing the excess dice from mattering. Wait, actually? Yeah, 2 damage. Gingerbread's down to 1. Alright, so it's back up to Dave. Original Dave moves over here. Three versus 4. That's another kill for our original Dave. Brains is technically his highest stat, so he gets more brains. They don't do anything for him other than letting him think more strategically. He didn't move, so he can't summon a clone. Right, 3 versus 4 because so Gold Chip takes 1 damage. And then this other Dave clone moves over for another 3 versus 4. Gold Chip takes no damage this time. Four versus 3. Oh, and this Dave just dies. So the 4 versus 3 is actually against this Dave, who also dies. Suppler training does not trigger yet. Instead, Golshi just gets 1 brains. And now we have Dirk Strider. The other Strider has arrived. Dirk Strider has the ability Splinters. When he comes into play, roll a d6. On a 6, shuffle a copy of Dirk into the deck. No Splinters. Dirk spends his entire initial turn, moving over there. Dave summons another clone. Clone accomplishes absolutely nothing. Dave just moves over to where he can attack. Clone has 3 hit points remaining. Dirk has all 4 because he's a character that just freshly entered the game. So Gold Chip is going to attack one of the Daves. That's 2 6s and 2 3s. That kills this Dave. Suppla training does not trigger yet. And so I'm gonna say that Gold Chip gained some gregariousness. That is 2 kills for Gold Chip, so she is vulnerable to law right now. You know, we've got wanted criminal Gold Chip. Right, so Dirk rolls 3 versus Gold Chip's 4 or defense. Doesn't score a single point of damage. And we bring in... You know what? It's 6 AM. I'm gonna veto Mass Resurrection. And instead Marshall arrives. Marshall attacks with Dream. 2 versus... I'm gonna say the Dream resists Dream. Which in fact, actually, like... The Gold Chip is rolling a plus... Yeah, Marshall's not getting any hits in. I think I might just delete Mass Resurrection from the next version. Either that or find a way to up its rarity somehow. Because like if it was towards the beginning, maybe. But 6 AM, I'm not shuffling the entire character set. I'm not shuffling all the dead characters back into the character stack. Like this late in. Right, so we've got another Dave clone because it's Dave's turn. Three versus 4 defense. Almost did something. So this Dave gets... So original Dave gets 4 dice. But that's almost all 6s for Gold Chip's defense. So yeah, Gold Chip goes after original Dave. So 6 versus 6. 5 versus 5. Original Dave takes 2 damage. Dirk tries and hits to attack Gold Chip. Dirk crits Gold Chip. Actually, no, I don't think. No, because they're not excess. Well, maybe I should make it to where just all 6s can crit, but then characters with 1 die would crit 1/6 of the time. That does, however, almost kill Gold Chip, because that is 2 damage. And then Marshall... Yep, Marshall also tries to finish Gold Chip off. And fails miserably. Two-time champion and Lieutenant Columbo has arrived. He always arrives next to somebody with at least 1 kill. He arrives next to Gold Chip. However, technically, he and Gold Chip are tied for brains now because of that +1. And her end closer. That was her ability. So he can try and roll his... You know what, honestly? You like... I feel like horse resists law. And dream would resist thought. And law, so... Either way, he's gonna have a tough time trying to get any damage in. However, he is rolling with 2 +1s. Right, so 6 versus 6. 4 versus 4. He manages to get 2 damage in on Gold Ship and live and take her out. Then we're back up at the top with Dave. Dave goes in for an attack on Columbo. Which actually, she was also vulnerable to law because she's got at least 1 kill and we're at the scene of the crime. So 3, 4 dice. Versus 4. Nothing there. Nothing there. 1 damage successfully goes through. And then for the Dave clone. Six versus 4. 5 versus 3. 2 versus 3, so Columbo slips off by with 1 life remaining. I'm gonna say the thought resists dream. The gregariousness versus four dice for Columbo. Yeah, no damage for Marshall, but also that wasn't supposed to be Marshall's turn yet. Dirk comes in first and takes a swing at Columbo and kills him. Dirk gains Some gregariousness, I think. Yep. Which does mean that he'll be able to attack with cool better. Right, so Marshall would then attack Dirk instead. Dirk gets +1. Against emotional attacks. But Marshall deals no damage. Columbo's already gone, so got the Creeper. Creeper arrives hidden. Creeper rolls fire. However, only 2 dice because of Marshall's ability. You need to only give enemies that attack him for the first time -1. However, that's a 6. But that is only 1 damage, and the Creeper immediately dies. It is because it's a self-destruct. Which actually, Marshall should have only been rolling 1 of his dice. So he does actually take... Oh, he still only takes 1 damage. Now, we're back up to Dave. Bring in another Dave clone. That Dave clone will then attack Marshall. Who defends perfectly. Yet the other Dave clone's gonna attack Dirk. Who takes 2 damage. And original Dave is going to move into position to attack Marshall. On his next turn, assuming he gets one, because he is at 1 on health, so... It's 3 versus 3. Dave versus Dirk. That's at least 1 damage, so another Dave for the dead Dave pile. And another gregariousness for Dirk. think Marshall's going to go after original Dave. Yeah, just try and take him out. However, he fails, so... New character, we've got the clown. Clown gets to hear, but then can't do anything. Right, so now we've got another Dave. Then attacks Marshall, getting the -1 for it being his first attack against Marshall. Because it's a new Dave, so Marshall defends perfectly. Original Dave attacks Marshall. This is also his first attack against Marshall. However, he gets 2 damage in. And finally, this Dave clone attacks Marshall and takes him out. And gains +1 to... I'm gonna say gregariousness. Because its lowest stat, but all of them are 2. Here we go, here's a gregariousness card. Dirk attacks this Dave. Takes him out. Let's see. Robustness is only set that's not a 3 at this point, so that's his lowest stat. So he gains +1 robustness. He'll take his action to move over here. Yeah, actually, he's moving over here. The clown is going to try and eat Dave. Yeah, he wants to know what God tier tastes like, I guess. So that's 2, 3 because Dave is made out of meat. You know, he is a flesh boy, so And that... However, that doesn't take... Because he's only got 2 kills, that doesn't take him out. Now we have the star. If this is the first time this event has occurred this game, shuffle it into the character stack. Otherwise, the character with the least kills wins. Right, so now back up to Dave's turn. Dave's going to attack Dirk. 4 versus... should be 4 because... he gets 1 damage in. Summons another Dave clone. But that Dave clone doesn't succeed at dealing any damage to Dirk, so... sends in the remaining Dave clone. Although the clown gets a active attack. Clown deals 2 damage, so that means that this Dave will expire. Here after this attack. So 3 versus 4. No damage, and that Dave dies. So now it's Dirk's turn. Dirk's going to attack the main Dave. 2, 2, 3, and 1, so it's 3, 3, 4, and 3. Only one of those actually protects him. So now the clown's going to try again. The clown has developed a taste for god flesh. It's 2, 3 versus 4. Still pops back up. Oh, and I should have... So actually... he should have more robustness and more brains, because he's taken an opponent out of the game twice, even though they popped back up, but it still counts as a kill. Technically, this clown has 2 kills now. Senator Armstrong has arrived. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Senator moves over here. So, original Dave tries to kill old Dirk. Dirk again. And actually succeeds. Dirk is out of the game. Let's see. Most that would be gregariousness at this point. Just give him one of Dirk's gregariousness as counters. He's not gonna need him. Right, another Dave clone. This one only having 2 hit points. So 3 versus 4. Two successful points of damage on the clown. Another 3 versus 4 from this Dave. 1 successful point of damage on the clown. And my earbuds just died. It is approaching 7 AM, so I've still got another 11 character cards. Granted, I think a lot of them are probably events at this point. Alright, so now it's the clown's turn. Guess I might as well just switch earbuds because I only use one at a time. I've got them right here. He's just gonna keep kind of chewing on Dave. It misses, so... Yeah, the clown... Clown missed. He didn't get his god flesh this time. Right, Senator Armstrong is going to... attack? She gets an extra die. He gets 2 extra dice because he's using steel, and he's attacking a character with more kills than him. Yeah, he kills the clown. And gets 1 brains. Right, so now Sidisi has arrived. When Sidisi arrives, put the top card of the character's deck into the discard pile. Top card of the character's deck was the Sun. Heal all characters by 1d6. Yeah, we super don't need that at this point. Well, get in there. DC gets over here. And now it's Dave's turn. So this Dave attacks Senator Armstrong. Six versus 6. 5 versus 5. No damage. See what? Original Dave goes in for an attack. Five versus 6. 5 versus 3. Three versus 3, so no damage there. 3 versus 2, and 2 versus 1. So that's another 2 damage. This remaining Dave clone goes in for the kill. And succeeds. So Senator Armstrong is out of the game. And that Dave gets... Yep, plus some brains. Alright, so now it's the DC's turn. Steel is vulnerable to magic, so... However, that is only 1 damage. Now, character number 9, the Hanged Man. Oh, I failed to update this card for the fact that teams aren't even really a mechanic anymore. The Star. The DC wins by default. So DC wins by doing barely anything. Hey, we're done. At 6:45 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, we're done. So thank you to everyone who stopped by tonight. Next stream will be next year, because this is the final stream of 2025. Hopefully, next stream will be in January on Twitch, because YouTube is still not really my preferred platform. I just don't have a choice right now because my connection to Twitch is garbage for one reason or another. Could be ISP related, could be Twitch related. I don't know enough about the network to say, hey, which one, and for sure. My links are in the description, and there's no rating here, so guess I'm just done.